Today I'm going to start on this little miniature. I haven't done a miniature in quite a long time other than the little jewelry armoire. But this is a kit, and I really haven't done a kit in a while. So I thought, you know, I have the kits. I might as well try to use them. I wasn't sure how I was going to go about this. So I'm just going to go ahead and try it. See if I can get myself back in the mode. Now normally you would go with the instructions and you would go ahead and make sure you have all the parts, but I am not going to do that because most likely I'll change some of the things. Cute little kitty. This is acrylic. I never use those. This is a dust cover. I don't know what you're covering. Boy, is this small. It is 1/24 scale, but I had a 1/24 scale and it was a lot bigger than this. I did one similar, which is fine. I'm quite fine with it. As long as I have the pieces I need to, that's okay. There's acrylic. There's another acrylic. So there must be one on the top and one on the bottom. I didn't see that. I just saw this is dust cover. I'm not sure where that goes. But anyway, here we go. We have these pieces here. I knew there'd be something missing. There always is something missing. That's why I wasn't going to bother. There is no instructions. And normally you get all of the things that go with it. Nothing is here. You know, like the flooring. There's wallpaper. Wow. There's no instructions. So even if I wanted to, there's no instructions. Oh, good grief. Okay, well, looking at the picture, there's a hole in the wall right there. But if you do it this way, so that's probably the way it goes, but I don't have what it takes to do that. Okay. All right. I looked around in my stash and I had a couple of nice looking pieces of scrapbook paper. I would use this with the dress form, except it has that. I don't know. I'm going to make it a craft room because since most of the parts are missing, I don't know even if the furniture parts are all there. So, and this goes with it, you know, because it's the same. So, maybe I will. I'll just use that. It won't fit all the way, but I'm hoping I can use a strip of this. That would probably work. I only have 2 of these sheets. So, it's very disappointing when you go and you buy something and, you know, I just don't understand why anybody would buy something, take the stuff out of it and send it back. I mean, you know, we all of us crafters, you know, we gotta stick together here. Nothing is cheap. Hasn't been for a long time. And why anybody would just do that, I don't know. There's so much free stuff on the internet, you know, free patterns to make stuff like this. I just don't get it. This isn't the first one I've gotten like this. I think so far I've had 3 or 4 of these kits. This Mayberry Street brand, where most of the parts are not there. This is the first time I had one with no instructions. And no wallpaper, no nothing. So I don't even know, you know, I don't even know how to put some of this stuff together. But you know what? I'm just going to go ahead with it. I almost just deleted the first part because I thought, well, what's the point? But I'm going to go ahead and do it. If it doesn't turn out, oh well, at least I tried, right? So I'm going to give it a try. I have nothing to lose except my time, because I want to make sure that this is the right, yeah, that's the right side. So it goes like this. So I'm going to stick this up against my ruler. Let's see if you can see the ruler. I stick it up against my ruler. That's why I have my ruler here attached. And then that way this side is exactly where it needs to be. Now, when I glue the 2 pieces together, I'm going to try to use this. I like this thing. Use that. Make sure it's all down. Okay. So now I have a nice edge. And where is my little cutting thing? Oh, here it is. I'll be right back. I have my cutting desk, but since I'm gluing, I don't want to mess up my big mat, so I just want to use this one here. I'm going to go ahead and cut this piece so that I can go ahead and glue that down. Well, I don't have to right now. I can do this piece. So this piece, I'm going to use that as the wall. Let's see, get that off of there. Huh. Usually it doesn't take much for it to come up. Usually it'll just peel right up. I don't need to use anything else. So my intention on this kit wasn't to make it this little room with a piano. It was to make it a craft room, so I'm okay with that. Now I have to make sure I want to make sure that there's nothing there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just glue this on right next to that. And there's no, wonder if this is supposed to be the end. That doesn't make any sense. I think there's a piece missing. There's a side missing. So, this is a wall. You know, the wall goes there. There's nothing on the side. And that won't work because it's, you know, doesn't fit. So, I don't know. I think this must be the top floor. So if that's the case, then I don't need all of this piece of paper. I only need, is that right? No, I do need that. This is the wall. Duh. Okay, so what am I going to do with this? I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing on this top, just so that I don't have glue on paper. I'd rather have the glue go to the wood, or whatever you call this stuff. Okay, so now I have to figure out what am I going to do with this. Because there should be another piece just like this one, maybe with a window in it. I'm looking, I'm not seeing. This window here looks like it's just a piece of trim with some paper on it. It doesn't really show you anything. I see that there's a frame here, but it doesn't show me what it needs to be. So, now I can see behind here, it looks open. So that's not it. So maybe this piece may go over here. That's possible. It's the same. No, it's not the same thickness either. It's a different thickness. Close, but not the same. I wonder, though, if that's what this is for. So if that is, that could be it. Let's see. Okay, I'll buy that one. That's definitely the side. And never putting one of these together before, how would I know? So I'm going to do the same thing with this piece so that I can do the same thing and glue it. I'll do that. I am going to do the same thing over here so that I have an idea where the end of it goes. This is the only way I can think to do it. So have you ever bought one of these kits from Hobby Lobby and the parts are missing? I just seem to have a bad time with it. The box looked great. it did not have one of those little acrylic stickers. It didn't have one of those, but I didn't notice it until I took it apart, and there's no residue or anything, so I kind of doubt that would be the ball. Am I doing this right? So that goes there. This goes here like that. Yeah. So this is the front. I'm going to put front on there. This is the back wall. These are the side walls. So this is not. I just need to have this little line here. Okay. So that's where I was having issues. But I have to decide what I'm going to put down here as a floor. Oh, what do I have? Okay, I have this piece of paper, and it could be, you know, like an area rug. It only goes to here. It goes to the end. So it would cover up the end, and it would just look like an area rug, and it's just a very small section of that room. So I'm kind of thinking that. I have another one in here. That's a possibility. We could do that one, or we could do that one. I'm not thinking this one. I don't really like it together. No, it's too, no. So I think that one is going to be it. So we will just pretend. Now you don't need cardstock, but this is what I have available, so this is what I'm using. So that's the front. So let me. So I'm going to put that right there. Like that. And now this side here will be the side I put up against the second level. So I am going to cut that. Okay, oh, here we go. I want to say that my craft room is really working well for me. The 3 different workstations I really love. It's working very well. I think that'll work. Okay, I'm going to put this piece over here just in case. So let's see. So I have this. I'm going to make sure that that's going to work out. Yep, that'll work out. I mean, this is cute. This whole thing here is really cute. I'm just not sure. I'm just not sold on it yet. I did one similar to this for a friend of mine, but it wasn't supposed to be like a music. Oh, it has a bed in there too, so yeah, so it's just like a little studio apartment, I guess. But I'm going to make this a craft room. It doesn't look like my craft room, but it doesn't matter. I really think this is going to work. I'm not going to put it in until I have the other pieces glued in, I think. So, that is the front. I'll do it this way. That will go this way. I'm just fitting. Oh yeah, I forgot to cut this. I have to cut that. I have everything but what I need over there. All right, I'm going to go ahead and trim this. Man, this thing feels like it's dull. Okay. Okay, let's see what I gotta do. Make sure I have that little spot there. It looks good. All right, let's. Okay, that looks like it's going to work. Okay, that will definitely work. So now I need to have a corner clamp. Well, I had to piece it together, so it's a little off. I would rather it be off in one corner and then I can do something else with it. So what I'm going to do with this is go ahead and put this one on. And like I said, it's just a tad off. It's, I can't really make it without cutting and piecing together in the center, and I don't want to do that either. So I really think that this is the best plan. I'm going to glue this on, and then I can glue it to the. Okay, wait a minute. Make sure that's. Okay, that goes like that. Okay, so I really don't want anything there. I don't. I want to be able to glue it all the way. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay, let me get this on here. And the only reason I don't want to do it the other way is because I have had in the past things that were glued on paper where they did come apart. And then it's a much bigger job. All right, that's the front. This is the wall. Then that piece will glue, that piece will glue. Okay, so now I gotta redo this. And make sure. I may be able to do that. I don't know. No, I don't think so. Okay. But you're not going to see hardly any of it. It's only going to be about a quarter of an inch. So I think we're better off just doing that. You won't even see it. There's only, well, a little over a quarter inch. That's all there's going to be. So I think we're good. I think that's how I'm going to do it. So here we go. Now, if it was just plain paper, I wouldn't put this much glue on. But since it is cardstock, I want to have a good coverage. And that's just from my personal experience. I don't know what others have found, but especially on this, I think it's MDF board, it kind of absorbs the glue, absorbs the moisture out of it. And I think that's what happens, why it comes apart. If you glue the piece onto a freshly glued piece of paper. So I would rather just go ahead and do it this way. And once you use something to push it down and get it into the glue, if there's any excess, it'll come out anyway. So yeah, I think this will be fine. I don't want any globs. I don't want anything, like really bad, but I also want to make sure it doesn't come apart. Okay. So I'll do the same thing again. I'm just going to put it up against my ruler. And then I will put and then I'll stick this piece right there. And now this piece, uh-oh, did I do this upside down? Where's that piece? Oh boy, did I do it upside down? I thought I had it set up. No, that has to be that way because that's where the hole is for the light, for the wire. Okay. Okay, we're good. We are good. Okay. I scared myself. Okay, I don't feel any bubbles. Now this piece I will have to trim on the board because I didn't think I could get a good measurement from it. So let's see where that piece is. It's about right there. So all I have to do is put this piece next to it. Stand it up. Just like that. And I hope, oh, it's a little off. It's a little off. That's okay. No, it isn't. No, let's see. So, yeah, it's a little off. I did it wrong. Oh well, whatever. Yeah, it's a little bit off, but it's not going to be a big deal. Take that. Like I said, you won't even notice this in the corner anyway. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and trim that piece off just with the scissors just to get it out of my way. And then I can see what I'm doing. Okay. So now I can go ahead and do the same thing. We'll do it this way. Yeah. All right. There we go. I was following this line instead of the edge. No biggie. Sometimes you just have to think it through, and I wasn't thinking. I'm not a professional. Some people are professional dollhouse builders. I am not. There we go. We got that piece off. All right. Okay, so now we have this. This is nice and smooth. Make sure. Yeah, I don't want to tear it. Okay. Looks really, really good. And I got to remember to change the blade on this. It's not cutting very well, but that's okay. All right, this is not straight. But it is now. So we've got that much done. So now I want, that's the front. So this piece is going to go there. And I do need to have this over here. So I'm going to put that there. I am going to Oh, this is not the glue I wanted. Nope, nope. I want Titebond. The other thing about these kits is it comes with glue, and sometimes that glue doesn't stick. It sticks and then it comes apart. Just so you know, that was something else that happened to me. So we ended up using Titebond, and I'm very happy with that. Okay. So now I'm going to put this in the corner. And do I have any? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I highly recommend using some wax paper or something up against the edge, just in case. And I have corner clamps, but they're out in the garage, and it's so cold out, I do not want to go back out there today. So I am going to just tape it. Okay, here we go. So this is the piece that I want up there. You can see what I'm doing here. I am just like you would if you were making cookies or something, you know, just put it in the corner. There we go. Because you don't want, the Titebond will glue to this metal, and it is a bugger to get off. All right. Okay, and that is definitely not going anywhere. So now this one, which way do I want it? This way. Okay. Alright, so now that will go there, but I have to glue this piece. So and then I have these really strong magnets. Oh my God. And I have duct tape on them because if they end up hitting you, your fingers, it will break your fingers. So we don't want that. And is this the best solution? No, not really. But it slid over, so now I have some glue on the bottom there. Okay. Get rid of that. Oh my gosh. Oh. Yep, just make sure that Titebond glue is going to glue everything together really quickly, and it will definitely glue to the metal, and you won't get it off. So you gotta be super careful. All right. Get that nice and tight. Okay. It's not going to go anywhere. Okay. So now can see that I have this on here. Unfortunately, there's glue right there, and I'm not happy about that. So what I'm going to do is take a little piece of this, and I'm going to put that right there. Yeah, that way if it sticks to the bottom, it's not a big deal. And I think I will do the same with that one, just to be sure. Just to be sure. All right. And then these, I will do the same if I can get it apart. And put it like that, and then it won't, I'm just going to leave this one the way it is. And then this way, it won't, you know, slip and slide. But anyway, it is good right there. So now I'm going to go ahead, I think I'm going to go ahead and try to get this one on here, because it only has to be glued. I only need one for here. I don't know. Where's my pencil? Where did I put my pencil? Huh. I lost my pencil. Here it is. Alright, so I only want it to go to there. So I only need a little bit of glue. I hope I don't regret doing it this way. Oh, yeah, like that. Yeah, because there's a riser that goes there. Okay. Okay, put that on there. Okay. Now this is clear type bond. I really like it for this kind of stuff, because then you don't see it. If it does bleed out a little bit, you won't see it at all. Take that if I need it. I also need to have my tape ready. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my tape right here and get it ready to go around the corner. And then, oh, I didn't do this piece. Oh no! I didn't do that piece. I'm going to take that off. Don't want that on there, because it will dry. That's why I had that extra big piece, and I couldn't figure out why I had that extra piece. Where did I put it? Because it's another piece like that. Okay, well, let me see if I have something else I can put in its place. Because I really don't have, I don't think I have another one of those. So basically what I'm trying to show you is you don't have to be a professional, and you can make mistakes, and you know, you just, if you want to make something, make it. Well, this one's cute. It's in the same colors. I'm not crazy about it, not for this particular thing, but if that's all I have. If that's all I have. Oh, wait a minute here. I wonder if that would work. Oh, I did find one. I did find one. Yay! It was connected to this piece. That's why I didn't see it. Oh, yay! I'm so happy. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this side on this corner. But if that didn't work, I was going to try to use something like this. This would be the bottom, you know, and try to put that in there. But I don't need it. Yay! This one here has the dark, and as much as I like that, that is not what I wanted for this particular project. So make sure they're all going in the right direction. Yes, okay. So what I need to do with this one, I think, is just draw around it. And that way I can just cut that out. And I'm just going to cut this one out. I'm not going to try to use the knife. It is so dull. I can't believe how dull it is. So this is why I ended up customizing most of my projects, was because of kits that didn't have all the parts. So sad, but I learned a lot from it. So I can't say that I'm upset, you know, that I learned from it. I'm glad that I learned from it, but I don't know. I just feel it would be so hard for someone that really didn't, you know, have any, especially a young person, just starting out, they'd get so discouraged to not have the parts. Okay. This will have a frame out around it, so I'm not really all that concerned about it being 100% square, as long as the edge is good, and I can fix that too. All right, and I did it wrong, didn't I? This goes on the outside, this is the inside, but that's okay, because I still have that, and it's upside down. Oh my God, that is too funny. That is too funny. Oh my God. Oh my God, I can't believe I did that. Well, let's see. Oh my God. How dumb. All right. Well, here we go. Here we go again. was dumb. So dumb. It's upside down. Okay, my question is, would you even notice it if I did it that way? Probably not. Oh my God, I'm dumb. All right. Okay, well, I'm going to glue this on this way. That's the first thing I'm going to do. I'm going to glue it on there, and then I'm going to piece it together. Because I really don't have any more. This is it. So I am going to, I'm going to cut that piece off. And what I am going to do is I am going to glue that to there, just like that, and then I will put something else in that spot. I could just paint it white. That would work for me. Just put a piece of trim there, paint this white. No one would be the wiser. Okay. That's what I'm going to do. Make it custom. And some of you very seasoned dollhouse builders, you probably saw it and went, oh my God, she's doing it upside down. And there is something up against the wall, so I mean, it really wouldn't make that much difference. You know, if I pieced it together or if I do the other, it doesn't really matter. Really doesn't. Let's see. There's a piece right here. I could put that on there. Yep, I could just put that on there, just like that. That actually looks pretty good. I think I'm going to just go for it. Okay, let's see. That little section there was popping up. All right, let's just do it the other way. There we go. Apparently this stuff, the dye comes off on your fingers, so keep that in mind when you do something like this. I didn't even notice. I'm going to trim that piece. Okay. Now. Okay. And with Titebond, you got to remember that they have different colors. You know, some of them dry, you know, like Aleene's would, and some have like a yellow cast. So you just have to, if you want to use the clear, make sure it's clear on the bottle. And that's the one I like. I use that a lot. I'm quite pleased with that. Okay, so now I have to cut this part out. So I will do the same thing. I will make a cut. I really didn't want to have to do it that way, but I messed up. Okay. Where are my little tiny scissors? Those would work best. Okay. Now this isn't going to be straight because I don't want to make any make the paper slide, but once it's dry I can take a nail file, emery board, whatever, I can take something in there and straighten it up. Might be able to do it now. Sometimes you can. Just have to be careful when it's still wet. Okay. And since there's supposed to be a little frame on here, from what I can see, maybe I should have went ahead and done that prior. That looks pretty good. Doesn't look bad. Okay, which way does it go? It goes like this. Okay, make sure. Make sure everything is. Make sure there's nothing sticking over. There we go. Looks good. Not bad at all. Yeah, so that's how it should go, like that. Okay. I am going to look in this little bag and see if there are any window frames. I'm not seeing any window frames. And I mean pre-made ones. No. Okay, so I'm not even going to worry about that. Not at all. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to glue this back on here. And I also had that in the glue in the wrong place on that one. Okay. All right. Let's get this spot right here. Alright, so what I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to take a piece of torn paper, I'm going to stick it here, I'm going to run that up against there and then push. There we go. And then that is right on the edge, it's not going to go anywhere. These magnets are unbelievably strong. So that has to glue. I wish this was a little tighter. Let's see if I can get it a little tighter. There we go. A little tighter. Alright, so, okay, there we go, get that off of there. Alright, so here we go, we have it done. Like I said, this is not the best, but it works. It didn't go all the way to the bottom, but there's a floor that goes in here, and you won't see this. You won't see it at all, because this little floor, this piece here, will go in here at some point, somewhere in here, and then it will cover that spot, if you can see that. So you won't even see that it didn't go all the way to the bottom. And that's not an issue. So I have to figure out where this is supposed to go. But for right now, it'll hold everything together. And it'll be where it's supposed to be. I think I'm just going to go ahead and do that. I mean, it's in there snug, and it looks pretty good to me. So this isn't where it belongs, but I just wanted to make sure that it was doing okay there. Okay, well, so that's it until this is dry, at least for this part. Okay. So here's what's missing. The whole rail, unless you have to make it yourself. This is here. So there's the stair rail. These are the posts. So there's one there, one there. I'm assuming two of these pieces here are part of the stairs. Two of these look like they could be the shelves. And then there's two more, but I can't see where they would go yet. Okay. There are two of those. Let's see. Yeah, so none of these fit. So part of this is missing, it looks like. I don't see anything that even comes close to it. Unless, no. So these might be the railings. This here, so it'd be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's just not enough parts. Unless these are it. You know, if you don't have the instructions, how are you going to figure that out? These go together. Those go together. I have no idea. Oh, there's 5. I don't know what they're for, but there's 5 of those. So we have, I mean, really, you can't make much of anything. And it's a waste of valuable time, in my opinion. Okay, let's see what we got here. So those definitely go together. They're pretty much the same size. And plus, there's something that goes all the way across here, and then, you know, for this under the stairs. But there's not enough wood for that. There's nothing. All there is really is the acrylic sheets, which I'm not going to use. So actually, this part here is probably, you'd be better off not to even bother with it. Just make it a box. So I'm assuming this is the couch. I have no idea what these are for. I don't see anything. I don't see anything here unless this is the arms. But that looks kind of weird. I guess it could be. There's two of those. Then there's these three pieces of wood that don't go anywhere. I don't see anything unless they would be that little table, but I doubt that. The wood is kind of thick for that. Yeah, so I know that this here would be a little table, this here in front, with this piece. Put that over there. But none of this stuff fits. That one does. Okay, so that could be. I wish I could see better, but that doesn't look right to me. Sure, I could cut pieces and make it, but, you know, I gotta saw it by hand. Is it really worth my time and my effort? No. I will say this, I have like five or six kits that I bought there. If they're all like this, I'm done. I'm just done. I'm done. So I'm assuming these are the bed. I have no idea what this one is for. It doesn't. It could be the back of this. It kind of looks like that. So we'll pretend that it's that little shelf there, or bedside table. I think this could possibly be for the piano. But there isn't enough pieces to even make the piano. There's not enough pieces here. There just isn't enough pieces. This goes around the top part. So that's okay. That's probably, I don't know what this other one is, but it's a little narrower. So these go around the top part, so that's all right. We got that. Wow. Just wow. So, I'm going to have to rethink this whole thing because I was going to make that little stairway and all that. I thought that was going to be cute. But now I don't have enough parts for that. I know I don't. I'm sure this is part of the sofa. This could be, but I don't know for sure. I'm thinking this will be for that little table. Okay, that sort of fits. It would go off to the side, but I don't even see that piece. There would be a piece that goes in front for the little drawers. Unless the drawers, no, see, they don't fit. There are no little drawers. There's no little drawers. Let's see, what else? What else do we have here? Okay, this would be for the lamp. Some of these pieces would be trim for the windows. See, like right there. You can see right there. This is window trim. There's 4 here and 4 here. So let's just pretend. So that's what that is. These are window pieces, okay? So the window trim is there. So we'll put this over here with the framing lumber. And these small pieces like this are for picture frames, and the white ones are for picture frames. These. Okay, so what else do we have? We got picture frames. Okay, shelf brackets. I don't know if that's it. Is there another one like this? See, because this looks like a shelf bracket to me. I'm looking at this piece right here. It looks like it could be. However, there's only one. So that means no. Then there's these two pieces here. I guess that could be a shelf bracket. But I don't know. I just don't know. I guess it could be one. But really? Yeah, I will never buy another one of these. Never. This is ridiculous. I've had so many of them. I've got some big ones that I bought on clearance, and I'm kind of scared that they're like this too. And if they are, you know, it's just a waste of money and time. And I mean, we got little parts, but what good are they if you can't put anything together? Now these would be fine. This is a little table. I know what this is. I can tell by looking at it. It's a table. So we will put that up there because we know what that is. And I believe these are the steps. Maybe. I don't know. No, these are shelves. Okay, these are shelves. So we're going to put that with lumber. I just don't know. And I was thinking these were the little drawers, but they're not. They don't fit. None of these fit. These would be the little drawers for that. Let's put that together right there. Those are the right size. But I don't see anything else unless you don't. Well, that could be it. So is there another one this size? There's 3 of those. I suppose one could go like this. Let's see. Would that go like that? Nope, that one will not fit. That one might. All right, let's try that. Where'd the other piece go? That one's too small. And okay. All right, those 3 pieces can go together. They fit. Okay, and then I had a top. That could work. And those little pieces. So we have a little nightstand. Okay, we got a little nightstand. So those could go together. So I'm assuming this is a headboard and footboard, and then this would be, because there's nothing else. That's too long. And this is way too short. I don't know. This could work, but there's only one. It's the only one that size. This is the same size, however. And there should be a, you know, something to put on there. I don't know what these are for. They're too big. They're too heavy. No idea. I know this would be something that you would put in there to go in front of the top floor, you know, the second level. That's probably what this is for. But there's still, you know, there's still a lot missing. There's no railing or anything. I mean, I could come up with a railing, but it would be nice to have the actual parts. This really ticks me off. So now if I go through all the other dollhouse kits that I have, Is it all going to be the same? I don't know. I just know I won't buy anymore. Yeah, I'm kind of PO'd right now. I expected something to be missing. I just didn't expect this much to be missing. I know that this goes with the, it's a piece that goes on the floor for the piano, but there's not enough here to make a piano. I don't know if this piece goes with it. I guess it could, but I don't know why it would. I don't know why it would go with it. I have no idea what it's for. These look like bolster pieces, so maybe that does go together for the couch. I don't know. We'll see. I'm really not in the mood right now. This is what happened the last time. I got really discouraged and decided not to do it. Oh my God. There's nothing in here. This is just fabric, lace, and a little stuffing and some beads. That's all it is. So this stuff here is, you know, it's a joke. So I could make the stairs and make it, but I think I'm just going to, instead of getting myself messed up, I'm just going to throw all this stuff in here. What I can make, maybe I will, I don't know. I'm not impressed. These little things you can use. These you could use. That could be used. All of these little pieces here can be used for something. I'm just not going to use them for this dollhouse. And I have several bags like this that came from kits where all the pieces were not there. You know, it's just like this. Where is this supposed to go? I don't have any idea. But I can tell you that is not enough stuff to make the piano. Maybe that's what these legs are for. But I'm not of a mind to do it. So these are the stairs. I'm going to throw them in there. I don't need those. I'm not going to make this sofa. And I'm probably not going to make the chair. I'm not going to make the bed. I have no idea what these little pieces are for. No idea what that's for, unless it's I guess that could have been to, yeah, that can't be. Can't be. It doesn't even match any of the other wood. Any ideas? Any ideas? Tell me what you think. Alright, so I cut that piece of paper for nothing. Because I'm not going to put that piece up there. Not happening. Nope. Yeah, I'm really discouraged on this. So, I mean, this is worth like $1.50 maybe. I mean, the kits are not cheap. Okay, well. Well, it should be dry by now. I'm going to take the magnets and get them over here out of the way. Oh, I can't get that one off. Okay. This one, I think I forgot. In fact, I know I forgot to put paper under it. So it is glued. Hopefully it won't make a lot of damage. Just a little right there. Just a teeny little bit. Not a problem. There we go. Alright, so... Oh, I forgot about that one. I was really bummed yesterday when I did this, you know, because so much was missing. So then I decided, you know, it's another opportunity to use up my stash, and I just have to make the best of it. You know, we got to think positive. I wasn't feeling all that great yesterday, so when I don't feel good, I'm usually a little on the negative side. But I was very bummed about yet another kit that half the parts were missing. Now, I could save that, but I'm not going to. I just want to move on. So it's nice and secure. Everything's good. I want to make a decision on whether this will just be a 1-level or 2-level house. I think I could get more out of it if I just leave it like this. I did come up with some other pieces that I had from a different project that I was actually making from scratch. And I don't think I like that at all. Because I was thinking about maybe making an extra, and that's just way too big. So I don't think that'll happen. However, I could do that. No, I can't. It would have to go there. Okay, that's all right. I just don't think this is going to help me at all. I could go ahead and put it in and just put a short step up into the loft area instead of having it high. I also found this set of stairs, and that if I was going to make this a 2-story, then I could cut it off and make it, but I don't think this will work for that. So I'm going to put this to the side because I know I'm not going to use it. I have a tray right here. I'm just going to put everything I can't use in the tray. This was also something I was going to use to give this the support it needed if I did this, right? Let's just pretend I was putting that in. It would be inside that wall. And then this could be where the floor is because that part is missing. And then that would give me a place to put the steps. The steps would go right there. Underneath this is where you would put the lighting. Well, I just don't think that I want to do this. I think I'm going to just leave it as is. I'm going to leave it as a single room without all the extras. And then on this side, I could put something in the corner and have a place to put that battery. And I think that's how I'll do it. I'll just build the battery box into something. So I don't need that piece. Okay. Everything is glued down nicely. I'll have to come up with a floor, of course. Everything's solid. I mean, it is solid. Okay, but I want to fit things in to see how I want to do this. I have a dresser. We all can use dressers in an art room. This is too big. To me, that's too big. So I'm not going to use that. This is a mirror that I could put on the wall, but I think that is also too big. However, I do have one that doesn't have a mirror in it, a frame like this. And I guess I could use it to make it look like a doorway. I don't know. But I think this is too big. I was going through all of my little drawers to see what I could absolutely use. Now, this is a little 2-door cabinet that I used in my witch's cottage. And I really think that this is a possibility because, you know, we do have large workspaces sometimes. That could go there, that could go there. I kind of like it there. Maybe if I put it on this side, it would be next to the window. Would that be enough? Yeah, this isn't deep enough for that. But, yeah, it's not deep enough. That's too bad, because that would have worked out really nicely. I could just cut this part out so that the battery pack could go in. I don't think it would, no. This is just a little bit too narrow, which is fine. It's fine. It's fine. I can still use this in this room. So I would think that a bench, we could cut the legs off of this for someone to do, you know, do their artwork on the bench. It is supposed to be a desk, but I would make it, you know, a little bit shorter. I also have this table, which look how low that table is. That would make a nice art table. So then I also have like a little cart. I have a lamp I could put in the corner. I could put art supplies in there. Hi, kitty. Hi, my baby. What you doing? I even had this little couch, but the room is too small for that. But this is a 1/24 scale. So that would work. This is really too big for the space. So I could put it up against the wall. It could go like that, but I think it's too big. If it was square, it'd probably be a lot better, but I don't know about cutting that off. If I cut that off, would that work? Well, probably, because it would get rid of... I think it would. I think that's exactly what I would need. Oh boy, okay. This is too tall. I could make it shorter for sure. But I like this, the squareness. If I cut this off, this is a little bit too big, I think. I might change my mind. I don't know why I brought that in. I have this little cart. This is a possibility. So the cart could go anywhere in the room and it would have supplies on it. I mean, we as artists have numerous supplies. So, you know, it could actually go anywhere over here. I have to get here it is, the battery box. We'll get the battery box. Are you trying to get me to play? Are you trying to get me to play? Go get it. Go get it. There you go. All right, so let's get the battery box and stick it in here and just kind of play around with it a little bit. And this is something I don't understand. This would have been so much better on the bottom because then this would have been hidden, but now it's not. So let's put that right there. Yeah, it just sits in the middle of the thing. So I would have to disguise this battery box, which is fine. I mean, it's going to look okay if you can, you know, just imagine it. I'm going to put that aside. It is a little big, but I have some big ones. I'm still thinking this might work. I have these two little stools. Actually, I have three. So this one goes with that. This is just an extra. So when you're working on something, having extra stools definitely helps. I also have an artist painting tools in a little box that it goes in, so I can use that. These are too big. That's too big. I knew it was, but it was all going to depend on what I was going to do with the raised area, if I was going to leave it, and I've decided no, I'm not going to put that in there. I kind of like how this looks. This is the only thing that is really too big. And I mean, this could go all the way to the front and have room for the stools on the side, or, you know, whatever. I mean, it really, really doesn't matter. So I can camouflage the battery box and just leave it as is. And then when I pull it out, you know, then it goes in there. Yeah. So I brought a lot of stuff out that I cannot use. So now I have to make a decision. Do I want to attempt cutting this table? I think I have one more table like that, so I think I'm going to go ahead and do it. I do have a Japanese saw, and that should probably cut it really quickly. So I use this all the time, and if you do get one of these, be sure to keep this sleeve, because this thing, if it touches your skin, it will cut you. And it has a fine and extra fine edge. I have another one that only has one edge, and I hardly ever use it. This is the one I like the most. So, all right, first off, I am just going to score. I'm just going to go slow, because it does bend. The saw will bend. Okay. It's hitting some glue. Once you get get it started, then it'll cut right off, and it does a really nice job. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's off, but it's right up against these, so I didn't do that. I didn't do it. All right, let's get this one. And I don't want to cut my ruler, so I have to do it kind of more awkwardly. It cuts more coming back to you, I believe. Well, it cuts both ways, but okay. I used to use other types of saws, but I find this one does a much better job, and very little cleanup. Okay, I definitely want to cut that on the side here. So I was thinking about, some people don't always wanted to have miniatures or doll houses or, that kind of thing, but they don't have any room for it or can't really afford it. You can if you're wise and you go about it in a different way. You don't need a kit. You can go to the Dollar Tree and buy dollhouse furniture for kids and repaint it. Because that's where this came from. That's where this came from. Yeah, it's from the Dollar Tree. It doesn't cost that much. It's what you do to it that matters. If you want to customize it to match your decor or a certain theme, you can certainly do that. You don't really need to buy much other than glue and maybe some tape. You don't even have to buy paper. You can get paper magazines. You can make your own paper. You can use wrapping paper that someone has given you a gift. So you just have to kind of think about it in that way. You can use a cardboard box. You can use like a cigar box. Those are very inexpensive as a rule. See, that looks pretty good to me. Right. To me, that's perfect. That is a perfect size. Now I can have these two little stools there. That can go like that. So I'm going to keep it as simple as possible. I want that to go rest right up against it. You have to have a little room to get your finger in there to turn on the switch. So I think that is going to work. I can make it centered if I want. That could be a good possibility. That's a possibility. Well, let's open up this little package here. It has a ruler. All right, let's see. Right at that edge is 5 centimeters. Okay. So there is, oh, it is so close. So close. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that. Let's do it again. Oh, I did it backwards there. Let's do that. Okay, I think it's right there. I think I'm looking at this pattern here, and I want it to look like it's supposed to be. Let's just stick with the 5. I think that's perfect. So what I want to do now is I just want to make a line. And I'm going to make it on the floor, not the... So that's where I want it, right there. So that means I can glue this to the wall, but I have to decide on the floor. Now, originally, this was what I was doing. I do have one more of these full sheets. I do like it, but it's a little dark. It's a little dark for the floor. When I had just that small amount, that was okay, but See, something like that would look nice, but it's not big enough. I have some 12 by 12s, but I'm not sure I'm going to do that. I may. And it is all part of designing it and customizing it to suit my tastes. And I probably will have to, because I don't have any. I don't have anything in my small one. Let me go get a couple of sheets. Well, I have looked through my stash, and I was thinking seriously about a brick floor. And I found this piece of paper. It's really not to scale, but it's going to be covered up anyway. And the only part I don't have enough for is this little strip right here, which I could definitely put something else there, a piece of trim or a little piece of wood or something, you know, just something to do that. And I really like how it looks. It has a nice texture, and I think it would accent this quite well. If you just look at that, I think this would work. I just have to make sure I have the right thing there. But I think that floor would work. I think it's, you know, it looks nice, and I think it would be a good accent. I could actually cut a piece here probably around this side and glue it in if I have to. But I think just a piece of trim or, you know, something there, maybe a door, I don't know. Or just, you know, just put a strip, because this to me looks like it would going into something else. Yeah, I think I'm okay with this setup here. So then I have to figure out, what am I going to do with this battery box? So I can take a piece of cardboard and fit it, and then just put it over the top, which is what I do to most things. And, you know, just make it so that it's easy to take out and put back in. And as long as this is stable here, it won't go anywhere. And then you could put like a potted plant or something in that spot. I mean, there's so much you can do with this. It's not it's definitely not to scale, because I have to use other parts that aren't 1/24 scale. I kind of like that. Here, when I make that piece, I could put like a potted plant or something where it would sit on top, and then you just pull it off and put it back. That kind of makes sense to me. I also need shelving, so I'm thinking maybe that would be the answer as well. So let me go get one of my little 1/24 scale shelves. I have a desk. I have, you know, like not a roll top, but I forget what they're called, secretary. Okay, I have this little piece. I can trim it, but I don't like that. I have this little thing that I made out of a kit. Not the greatest, but it is definitely something that could be used. I have this one, which I like a lot better. The only problem with this is this piece here. Yeah, this piece here sticks up, so I could probably break it loose. If I could break it loose, I could just put another piece in there that would be smaller, or I could just cut the tips off. I don't think it needs too much, but if I glued it to the wall and make the battery box look like the bottom or something, I don't know, I'm thinking, just thinking. No, I don't think that'll work either. I like the idea. I'm not crazy about the whole. See, now that looks good there. I like that. And then that would give me room for all the different things that I need as an artist. And I could go there, and this could go up against the wall. have this little stool, which matches the lamp. And I also have this. I don't know if it'll fit down in there, but it is a Dollar Tree shoe thing for, you know, dolls. So if that was on the wall where it needed to go, and then okay, let's get that out of here. As long as it comes out, that just might work. And I can paint it or whatever. I can do something with it so it doesn't, you know, look like a Barbie thing. Well, it's not Barbie. I don't know what this thing is. Does it say? Oh, it is a Barbie. It is a Barbie shoe thing. But I don't want it as a shoe thing. I just bought it because I thought it was cute. I thought I could use it somewhere. And I am thinking that it will go there just fine. So now let's see if there's another possibility here. Not liking that too much. I could possibly put, no, I can't. It won't. No. So I have to put it there. This could go over here somewhere. I'm not sure about this now, but this is where I'm going with it. I want to go with a way for, you know, something to stop it from going in, which this will do. There just has to be enough room for something to fit over the top of it. It's too bad they didn't do it standing up this way, because then it would have been a lot less finagling. Okay, yeah, I like this too because you can open it up and it kind of represents my little utility cabinets that I have in the storage area that I can use and make it look like something. I could put this right here and extend. I could put that in front of the, put it like, maybe like that. Or just keep it in the middle, I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities. I just have to keep working at it until I figure out exactly what I want and which pieces do I want. Although this is nice, I'm not going to get any benefit from it because you can't see what's in it. It would have to be here. Okay, I have a little kitty tower I could put on there and put a little kitty on top, and then that would kind of fit in that corner. That could work. I still really like this. I think I'm going to put this over here, though. That kind of camouflages that whole thing. And on that side, this can go on this side. Let's just pretend here. Okay. And then, like I said, I have this. This is huge, but even though it is 1/12 scale, I have several different sizes of things like this. You know, as an artist, you're going to have all different kinds of things. So, you know, I may only use part of this. The box I may not even use. I don't know. If I put everything on the table, then maybe the box could be something. I'll get that out. Feel free to fast forward. I'm just going to put that on there for right now because I don't want to lose any of those little pieces. And I may not use this now. However, you know, this could, I could use that for something. I could put this up on the wall. I could just take it apart and use it as a framed something or the other. I could put more things in here as shelving or whatever. That's always a possibility. So I'm not gonna worry about this too much right now, but I do have to go through this process to see what works and what doesn't. And once I have a plan, I might change the plan, but for the most part, the majority of it will be, oh, I like that. Okay. So I would take this off because it's really not necessary, but it's definitely something that would work on the wall. And just take a marker and, you know, make some notes or something, and then tape some paper. That's a possibility. I like that. So we will put this over here. I don't think this is going to work. Initially I was going to, but I'm not thinking I want to do that now. So I'm still in the process of elimination here, so you get to see it all. Now I have this little ladder, and it could, that won't work either. I was thinking it could be something for, you know, putting things on, but I don't think that will work. And this ladder actually came out of a kit, one of these kits. You know, if it was a little wider, I would just put it there, but that's not going to work. It won't work like that. I just brought it out just to see. I could put it here on the end just so things don't fall off, but I don't think so. All right, so I'm pretty sure I'm not going to use this. Okay. Then I have to put it all back and put it all away again. So now I have these pieces right here, and I'm kind of liking it this way. You can make some little bottles of paint and put in there. I don't think I have anything that small, but I might be able to do that. And I think this is probably going to be too big, so that will never be glued in, obviously. I am going to take the clothespin off, but I'm going to use it right now just to keep that together. Okay. Now, do I like this here? Is this what I want? And do I wish I had a different table, but this is what I have. And it does fit pretty much. It pretty much fits. It's okay. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's okay. I do like how it's going right now. I do want that in the center. And I do have a little, I don't know what I want to put in there. Maybe just a container with a bunch of silk flowers. Small silk flowers would look nice in there. You know, because I do use silk flowers, and there's a few in here. I could make something to go in there. There's a little kitty right there. There's some little pots that could go on the shelf. So I'm thinking that's how I'm going to do this. So I need to get this floor done, then I need to paint these two things here, paint or stain or whatever. And, you know, basically this just shows you the process, and it's very simple. It's not, you know, not really bad. Oh, and I wanted to see just how far off that would be. Get that in there. And I don't even know if I'm going to put lights in this thing because of the way this is made. I don't know. Well, it's pretty close. It's close. It's very close. So I can still use that mark as the... so I am going to say that this is where that piece is going to go, right there. And that's all I need right there. I just need to know that this brick right here is on this side of the brick is where that has to be glued. And this is the and it's off, it's crooked, and that's okay because A lot of stuff like this is crooked, so I'm not going to stress over that. I can also put, you know, like a baseboard around, which will help with that. This piece here, I'm not sure what I want to do with that just yet, since I changed my mind. I have a piece here I've already cut. Maybe I could just stick that on there, and yeah, I will do that. I will stick that on there, glue it, and you will never even notice it. Okay, so this is where I have to cut it off. Let's go ahead and just do that little piece there, and then I can start working on those. Where's my glue? Here it is. Okay, I need a tiny one. I guess I don't have a tiny one here. Oh, this one's good. I don't need a whole lot of glue. All right. Now I need a rag. Yep, you just gotta keep moving forward. That's the name of the game. And because of the print that it is, it's really easy to go ahead and put it together. Okay, so that's just going to go there. You won't even notice it because there'll be something in front of it anyway. It actually looks like it belongs there, so I'm good. So you can see, you won't even notice it. And it's definitely easy peasy. All right, and some of this was my fault, but you know, you just make it happen, whatever you got to do. All right, so now I can glue the floor in, and that'll be ready to go. So we'll get that done. Now the floor is not, it's just regular paper. It's not cardstock. So you don't want to get it too wet. I could just use glue stick, but I want it to stay. I don't want it to pop up anytime in the future. Because probably I'll be giving a lot of these away to, you know, to make room in my house, but I'm just going to put that there for now and get that piece of paper. And I should probably cut it on the machine, but I am going to cut it about 1/8 of an inch too long, and I'll just use the file to straighten it. All right. That's not really just want to make sure that's all the way down. whatever you have to make sure it's down and there's no bubbles. Bubbles are not your friend. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Now what you can do is take your little iron that you have, your little scrapbooking iron, and go over it once it's dry, and then completely seal it down so that, you know, it flattens everything. But so far, this is looking really good. I don't detect any on the sides or anything. So I think it's going to be fine. All right. All right, that's ready to go. Put that away, and let's see, put all this stuff in here. What else do I have? I got these. All of that can go in there because I am I'm going to paint these. And I'll put this away on the other desk. Okay, I might regret this, but I am seriously thinking. I have some stain medium, Americana stain medium, and then I have antique white. It's light antique white. And I was thinking seriously about making this a white stain, but a thicker stain than, you know, than I have some that's a stain, but it's really thin. It's almost like water. So I don't know if this is going to work, but, you know, we can see it. See if it does. If it doesn't, yeah, it's very thin. So that may not work. Yeah. Definitely too. Yeah, I don't think that's not gonna make me happy. Okay. Well, let's turn that one off. Delete. Okay, I mixed a glob of this teal with some stain medium, and I just put that on the side and then just rubbed it, and I like the look. So I was going to use off-white, like an antique white, but then I decided no, it needed some color. It's just, you know, just didn't do anything for it. Too close to the color that it is. So I'm just going to, you know, slap this paint in there and just see where it goes. Just see where it goes. If it looks good, fine. If it doesn't, you know, I can let it dry and paint right back over it. But I like it already. I think this is going to look good. Because it isn't supposed to look like a brand new art room, you know. It's just... And I will have stuff in the shelves, so you really won't see that much of it, I don't think. But I do want it to look like it's used, you know. I don't want it to look brand new. But I think I do have to do this as I'm working on it. Okay, let's get a little bit more in that corner there. And that could have been from glue. Okay, let's do a little bit more. I wasn't sure, that's why I didn't mix up very much, so let me get some more in there. And the reason I'm doing it this way is I don't want to have to do a second coat with, you know, with a sealer. I'd rather it just be already done. All right, let's just go ahead and get that in there. And we'll see what it looks like. Go as quickly as I can. And the dark edges, you know, since this was cut with a laser cutter, the dark edges kind of enhance it, in my opinion. But, you know, if you don't like that, you can certainly do something else with it. You could put, you know, a sealer on it before you paint, a primer. That would be fine, but that's up to you. I'm not doing it, so I want it. See, it's already looking kind of used and abused, and that's what I want. I want it to look like that. So we'll do the sides. You know, in my art room, things are old. I've had these, a lot of my stuff is very old. Some of it's 20 or 30 years old. Some of it's 10. You know, I don't really buy a lot of new stuff. I try to use what I have, or I thrift it, or, you know, it would have to be a really good sale for me to buy a bunch of stuff brand new, you know. You know, I really, I enjoy using different things. I have eclectic taste, so getting something thrifted really, you know, makes me feel like I, you know, have really scored. So, all right, let's get some of this off. Okay, you probably won't see this, but I just want to do the underside anyway, just because I won't worry about it too much, but that's good enough. Because if you do happen to pick it up and look at it, you would see that. I'm not going to do this edge where it's going to be glued. I'm really liking how this looks. So anyway, that was pretty simple. And I will do the table the same. The table legs, the bottom part, but the top part won't be this color. It'll be white. And I'll probably put some paint splatters or something on it. We'll see. We'll know when I get there. I really don't plan that much. I usually just wing it, whatever I'm doing. I don't usually plan out any kind of artwork. I have an idea, and I just make the idea happen. But I also let the piece decide where it's going to go. I like doing art in that way. And if you never thought of doing miniatures as an art, it really is. There's so many really beautiful ones out there, lots of miniaturists out there that are excellent. And it doesn't matter if you use a kit, you know, I mean, it's not everybody can do that, so. Or they think they can. I think everybody can, but they think they can't do it for whatever reason. You know, I think anybody can do this if they really want to. But it's not something you can just be a pro at, you know, in 5 minutes. You have to put some effort in. But that's my opinion, and you might disagree, but that's all right. That's what life is all about. Okay, well, I don't want to make a mess in my dollhouse, so I am going to put this next to it and see what that looks like. I think that is going to be super cute. What do you think? Super cute. Either way, it looks good. I really like that. Okay, so we did that one. I see some spots. Make sure I got them all. But anyway, yes, you can do this. We all can do this. So I am going to just do the bottom part of this table in this color. And then the top part will be white. little bit more paint. That's not going to be enough. It should be, I hope. And it's not equal parts that I'm doing. It's like maybe 2 or 3 to 1. I didn't really think about that. It's just what I think would work. Yeah, I was a little disappointed to find that most of the parts of this kit was gone. The essential parts, I bought it strictly for the piano. That was what I wanted to make, was the piano. I wanted to learn how to make that. I've made some, you know, little pianos, but they weren't like that. I always wanted to learn to play the piano when I was a kid, but it didn't work out. I have dyslexia, and with that, for some reason, there's certain things that I just cannot learn, and music is one of them. I can hear something and imitate it with my voice, but I can't read music, and I don't retain. I've tried all different kinds of programs, and I've had lessons, and I just don't retain it. If I start, you know, and I could practice all day long and be perfect. The next day, I can't remember what to do. It's really challenging. But you know what? Not everybody's cut out to be a musician, so it's fine. That was not what I was supposed to be doing, I guess. Am I heartbroken? No, not really. I'll leave it for the other people that can do it, that have the talent. I can't say I don't have the talent. It's just that I don't understand the music and can't retain it. So that, you know, that's a learning disability. Has nothing to do with talent. So I don't beat myself up over it. It's just something that happens. You know, you just can't. See, that's going to look really cute. So I don't know if I should do the bottom part. I do have some paint left. Let's just go ahead and do the inside of the bottom. I think it's going to be cute. I'm not going to worry about the inside being perfect. I just don't want it globby. There. How's that? That looks pretty good to me. All right, so let me get this in water. Oh boy. I am a mess. All right, let's just go ahead and now I have this one. Oh, look at that. Looks like a pair of shoes together. Okay, everything is painted. I've got this in here. I haven't glued anything in. I'm still trying to decide how I want to do this. So we're just going to pretend. I think I am going to do some white on there. I think it's just a little too dark for me. But I do like the contrast of this darker color. Let's see, this can go right there. That little stool goes there. That works like that. Where's that mark? Right there. Yeah, this is fitting perfectly. So I don't think I'm going to use this. I think it's just still too big. It doesn't really thrill me. I did discover that there's this piece here. However, it doesn't fit. It's too long. That's probably where it's supposed to go. It's just too long, and I don't know how to cut it without breaking it. So I'm not even going to try. I don't think I want to put this dust cover over either, because I did that once before and you can see the glue, and I don't want to see the glue. If I decide to do it a different way where I can actually make a frame to go on top of it, then I'll do that. But for just getting this part done, it's going to be inside a cabinet anyway, so I don't really need to worry about that. So since this is going to be the bulletin board, or chalkboard for the studio, craft room, whatever you want to call it, I haven't decided if I want to just leave that on there and have it up again away from the wall. I don't know. Yeah, I think I want that off of there. And just yeah, I don't really want that on there, so I'm going to try to get it off without breaking the chalkboard. Oh, you know what? Usually these are just hot glued, so let me... Okay, where are those tweezers? About the only thing that's worth anything that comes in this little package is this, which is sort of okay, and these tweezers. I have tons of tweezers. So I'm going to just stick that on there and heat it up for a sec. See if I can get that off of there. Wow, that is really hot. I touched the metal. Dumb. There we go. It is coming off. There we go. I don't want to break the little clothespin. I could probably use it for something. Take that off of there. And I'll take this and just try to scrape some of that. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing, but never, ever, ever take something like this and cut towards your finger. Do as I say, not as I do. See, I think that looks good there. I'm good with that. So, yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put that on there just because I just want to glue something down. What do I have? Their alcohol glue is pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and put that on there just because I want it on there. I'll make sure it is yep, perfect. Yep. Well, it was. There we go. That looks good. Looks pretty good. Hopefully it won't fall off. So then I can glue this one next to it. That's why I want to put it on there right now, because I want to glue it next to it, and then I can lay it down. Okay. I can just lay it down on its back, and so since these are sticking up, and I don't feel like sanding and doing all that, I'm just going to glue these little edges. And what that will do is gives me an opportunity in the future to pull it off if I want to. Okay. So now I am going to put this right next to it, like I have right here. It's right next to it. Let's make sure, now that I've moved it again, okay, we're good. So now what I can do is I can put one of these on it if I want to. Do I want to? I don't think I want to. Okay. But it does need to, I don't need to do this. I think that'll be okay. It's probably mostly dry already, but I want something on there. I'll let that dry for a little bit, and hopefully, I want to see. Some of it will, some of it won't. No, it's definitely, yeah, it will be fine. It will be fine. It's already getting hard. So I'm going to leave it like this for a little while. And yeah, it's already adhering, so I'm not going to worry about it. Yay, we got that much done. Woohoo! Okay, I gathered up a few items. I have this cute little cat condo, tower, whatever you want to call it. I was thinking maybe it would work in there, but I think it's too big. I don't know, but it could go somewhere. I think it's too big though. Okay, well, we'll put that aside. Because I do want the table, I want the little cart. Let's put all this stuff back in here just so I get a visual. Okay, there's a couple. Oh, here. So that all goes together. All right. It could go this way, actually. That's probably a better plan. Okay. Now, I don't have any bottles that will fit there, but I can make things to go on the shelf. So I think that's going to be a separate video. Now, all artists and crafters and miniaturists have assortments of string and yarn and things like that in order to make other things. So I made all of these little yarn balls. That one's a little big, but it would work. I have books that I've made, so I want all these little things to go in there. I'm just doing it right now to see. And it just represents, you know, the different types of supplies. Okay. That looks pretty good. Maybe more colorful ones would work. I just feel like it's just too much all the same colors. I don't want to have, I want a little more variety. Let's see what I got in here. I've got a dark blue. It's a little big, but it should be okay. What are you doing? What are you doing over there? No, no. What did I say? Didn't I say no? Why are you way up there? You cannot be up there. Did I say no? You cannot eat my silk flowers. Oh, accident averted. She was up on a shelf. I had a crystal vase filled with the little marbles, and I had some silk leaves and stuff up there. And because I don't really have anywhere good to store them, so I thought that would be a perfect spot. Well, she just decided that she wanted to chew on them. And that was why I had to say no. Is that yours? Huh? I don't think that's yours. It's not your stuff. Go play with your toys. And I just don't want anything to happen to her, so I have to be firm with her and tell her no. But I let her get down on her own, but I had to take that vase down and move some things around so that she wouldn't get in there and chew on it. No, that's paint water. You can't have that. Nope, it's not yours. Not yours. Not yours. I see that tail flicking. I see it. I see it. I love you. I love you. All right, come on. You want to come with Mommy? Come on. Come on. You want me to pick you up? No, that's what I figured. She is usually a very good girl, but if I'm not paying a lot of attention, she will sometimes get into things. And I think that was what she was doing, just showing her distaste or whatever that I was not paying attention. And, you know, that's okay, but you have to make sure that you do it right away. Because they don't have long-term memory like we do. You have to keep at them. All right, so I think that'll be okay. I'm not sure yet, but at least there's something on the shelf. And I will probably change it. I'm just playing around with it as I go, just to see. I think this is a better spot for it, though. Like that. That looks good there. And the reason I'm doing this is I'm still trying to figure out what to do with this battery box. I could just paint it. I could, or just leave it alone and put something on top of it. Because it is black. I mean, it's fine. I just don't know what I want to do with it yet. I could put just some boxes or something. I have some Amazon boxes somewhere that I made. I could do that. I have this little Buddha statue that I could put on there, and then it would be something I could pick up. But I don't think I want that in there either, so I have to come up with some little bottles and little scraps of wood to go in there. And I do have some because I have all this stuff in this bag that doesn't go to anything. It's just junk. So maybe I can put a few pieces of that up there. Let's see. And it's okay if it doesn't match because this is a craft space. Those are way too big. All right, let's see what I got in here. I'll throw all the big pieces away. These are way too big. This just doesn't work. So the narrow pieces I can put in there, little pieces like that, probably go. So there's another one maybe. Piece like that. Got a couple of those that I could just stick up there and say, hey, what is that? Just little pieces, since they have no purpose in my life here. They can go up there. See, like these are way too big, but I could put them in a little container. Let's just see. I could go there. These are too small. That could go in there. Where'd the other one go? I don't see the other one. Oh, here it is. Okay. So that could go in there. Take that big chunky one out. Here's a flat piece. So that looks pretty good. I could use that. You know, something like this. It doesn't have to be this particular piece. There's something else that's real tall. I could do that. Probably a different container, but that could sit anywhere. You know, because when you make miniatures or you do other things, you're going to need these. So I'm going to put that there and say that's a good idea. I'll get the rest of these, put these away. Because I won't be making these. I know I won't. I just know it. Once I get fed up with something like this, you know, and I don't have the skill set to create something without, you know, unless it came into my head in a certain way. I, you know, can't take someone else's idea and change, you know, make it exact. I can't do it anyway. So that looks good in there. All right, so I do need some paint bottles, and I'm not sure how I'm going to do that. But I could use this because of that's how I have mine done, so I could actually make the little bottles and put them in there. There's an idea. I also have these little tools. Yeah, I'm not happy with that, but I have like these little things. Those could be paint bottles. They're a little big, but maybe that would work. There's a little. Okay, so in my miniature world, and other crafts in my miniature world, I'm going to put the things that I think I would use in something. Those are awfully big, but I don't have anything smaller. So I have a hammer. I do use a hammer. I do use snips. I do use a screwdriver. I have used one of these, this jar opener thing. I have used one of those. So that would work. I normally don't use a hatchet. Once in a great while I will use a crescent wrench, but or and not a pipe wrench. So those things I won't put in there. I just have to decide, do I want these in here? I'm not thinking this one. This is a knife. I would probably use the knife. But these are awfully big for this little set here. So looking at this, it would look like scissors in there. These are old. These are very old. But those could go on the table. And then I could make, you know, another thing like that for holding brushes. And what else? Yeah, I think these are too big. But what's cute about these is it says right here, tools for people who do little work. So I am going to take that off, and I'm going to use this in here somewhere. I think that is adorable. I'm not sure where it came from. Somebody gave it to me, but I'm not sure who it was. It's been a while. So I could kind of hang that up somewhere. You know, I could do that. Or I could copy it and make it smaller, you know, and make something. Let's see, what could I do? I could hang tools off of that. I could cut this straight and mount it to a piece of wood, mount it on the wall, and then glue these tools to that. I think that's what I'm going to do. I think that's perfect. I like it. I do like this, but I think I like this idea better. Okay, well now I just need a piece of wood that's going to fit on, and I'm going to go look for that. Okay, I found a little piece of wood. It's a scrap from building a dollhouse. And I am going to glue this on. Give myself a little frame there. Yeah. I'm going to glue that on. Let's see, this is, yeah, I'll just use this stuff here. I'll just use that, it'll glue quickly. I won't go all the way to the edge because I want to trim off anything that goes over. So this is just a little nod to whoever originally had those tools that they either bought or sold. I think they're adorable. Okay. Just a little nod. And I'll trim that piece off, even with the board. Okay. That looks really cute to me. Alright, so let's see. Okay, that looks kind of cute like that. Yeah, I was trying to think of a way to do this. I think maybe just hang them. This one doesn't have a hook. Okay, let's see what I can do. So there we go, we got – . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Those can just go like that. I think that looks super cute. I'm thinking maybe I should hot glue and glue, because this is not gonna stay like that. Let me get my hot glue gun. Hopefully the battery is okay. It's been sitting for a while, so it might be bad. I don't know. We'll see. So if I do that, well, what else could I put up there? I do have these little scissors, even though they're kind of big for this particular so I could put those on one end. These here, put this one up at the top. That looks kind of cute. I like how that looks. I like how that looks. I think that's how I'm going to do it. And then that could sit over there on the side. Yeah, I like that. So then I have this flower pot. I could probably it's a little tight. So I could stick that here on the corner. Or I could stick it over there on that side, but I think I need a different one. I need a different container. For some reason, that is not sticking. Alright. I'm not a fan of hot glue for stuff, but, you know, I don't know of any other way I could get something like that on there, so if it falls off, it falls off. I'll come up with something else, but for now, this is what I gotta do. And I don't like the big globs, but yeah, see, it just came right off. Pooh. Okay, that's not gonna work. Well, the only other thing I could do is mix media gel. That takes a while to dry. And this will not work. That's just not going to happen. So let me get my gel. Oh, okay, well. Hang on. It's here. Duh. I forgot that I took the remainder out of the big jar and put it into this jar. I was looking for the other jar, and this was sitting right in front of me. Because I was like, I know that I organized this and I had everything where it belonged and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, well, sometimes. So I need to make sure I get enough on here. And it will dry clear, so it's, you know, it's fine. But I'm going to have to order some more of this because it's almost too dry. But anyway, this way it won't come off. It'll be there. Okay, I need a little something. What do I have? Just need a little something to go around it. But that will glue on there. You won't notice that it's there. And you know, I should have thought about this. I should have had it ready, and I apologize. But I didn't. So with this, you want it to ooze out around it a little bit. Because if you don't, then it's definitely, I wish I knew what I did with all my toothpicks. I had a bunch of toothpicks here. Oh, good grief. Oh, I'll just use this. Just want to get the excess. But I want it around the hammer, and you know, so that it seals it up. Same thing with that. Get that out of there. Okay, that looks pretty good. So I just need to get a little of this on here. I think I'm just gonna have to go ahead and buy some more of this because it's too dried out. Too dried out. Yeah, I think that is super cute. Super cute. And they are crusty. So, you know, and I don't want to take that off. They're aged naturally, so I don't want to take any of that off. I like the way it looks. They look used and abused. The only thing that doesn't is the hammer. It's a little, you know, still a little shiny, but that's okay. All right, so I'm going to take this off with the hot glue. And I'm going to go ahead and glue this on with the antipasto. That's way too much. Yeah, I think I like it that way. It's fine. Yeah. it'll look better this way because it's going to be on this wall, so then you'll see this way instead of the other way. And that's just personal preference. You can do it any way you want. Okay. Isn't that adorable? Okay, well this has to dry. That's too thick. Okay, that'll work. I just want to give it a little something to rest on. And do I have another piece? There's a piece. Actually, that could go all the way. Okay, like that. Yeah, okay. So that's just going to sit there and dry. And I'll check back later and see how good it is. Yeah, this is way too dry. Okay. All right. So now I have a couple of choices. I have this really nice turned wood that I could stick something in. I could also, I'm not sure what I did with all those pieces now. Oh my goodness, where did I put them? I had them all out. Oh, I think it's time for me to give it a break. Where did I put them? I had them in here. Oh, right in front of me. See, it's right in front of me, and I'm just tired, I guess. So I can do this, or I can put it in this little white or clear lid. If I do that, I have more room to put other things that are related. And I kind of like how that looks. Let's see if I have anything else I can stick in there that would look good. You know, I don't want everything to be white. I want other colors. That looks pretty good. There's a skinnier stick. There we go. That could go in there. That looks pretty good, I think. That looks real good. So that could go there. It could go over there. Let's put it over here. See what it looks like. Oh, I like that. That looks real good there. Looks good. All right. Okay, so this has to dry before I can put it up on the wall. And I think I'm going to call it quits for right now. I'm a little tired and I feel a headache coming on from the weather. But I'm liking how this is looking so far. It's looking good. The other thing is I could do the same thing here and just use something like that to sit on there, and you wouldn't even notice that that thing was back there. I was thinking about stacks of paper and things like that that I need. I really don't care for these up here. It can go down here where that. Yeah, it can go in there like that. Oh yeah, see, all those little pieces, even though I'm not using them, are gonna come in handy. Yeah, there we go. That looks good. I might put them down lower because I want to put something more artsy there. That is too big for there. So that could go in the corner. What would I... That looks cute. What I'll do is I'll make a little base and I'll put things on it that I can just pick up and move. I do that a lot as well. I think that'll work. Let's put them away. I don't need those out. These are cute. These could go on the shelf. Don't even need anything in them. They just sit on the shelf. I don't know what would be in them, but I could put like little beads or something in them maybe. Yeah, I got bunches of these. That would work. I could do that. You just need things that are of interest. So yeah, this is drying really well already. I think that's gonna look cute up there. This is gonna be long. Well, today I'm going to work on this a little bit more. I'm going through the books that I've made. I've got some little magazines and things like that. They can't be really big because, you know, it is a small area here. And I'm not promoting any particular magazine. These were just free. I forget where I got them, but they were, or maybe I bought them from someone. I don't know. I really don't remember, but they're not mine. I just made these little booklets. You know, we just want to have some things that look normal or... Okay, I don't think I want that one in there. But anyway, there's a lot you can get for free on the internet that are like royalty free or paid subscriptions or whatever, or buy stuff from a few of the online stores that people have. I'm not going to mention any because there's just too much going on with that stuff. So here's a nice little book. I'll just put all that together. You won't even know what they are because I'm going to continue to add to it. So I have everything in this little container. I do have to put it back, but as I'm going through these, I want to see what'll fit, see what all I can use on here. See, everything I find, even this is probably too much for 12 scale. There's a nice little saw there that would be cute. But I think I'll just save that for something else. Now, one of the things you can use would be a straw or something like that. Like this is a nice little piece there. Got a couple of them. So those could be probably used. Let's see. I don't really have room here to, I can show you what I'm digging in right here. I organized this some time ago. Let's see, somebody could have a nice big smoothie or a smaller lemonade. I don't know. These are nice. This is a nice size. It'll fit. I don't think I want the lemonade one. Okay, let's see what else I have in here. Okay, this little, there's some, okay, there's some small cups. I could probably use those for paints. They look like they were made out of straws. So those could be used for paint. And all I'd have to do would be to put some color on there to make it look like paint. I really think this is too big. I really don't want that one. There's a little cup of coffee or chocolate or something in there. I think I'll use that. This is one of my designs. I always put something of my own in there. That's not going to work for me. Okay. What else do I have? See, this cup is nice, but it's just a little bit too big. And I've used it before on things, but I wasn't really all that excited about it. Okay, well, I think I've exhausted this one. And then I have this one here. I don't think you're going to be able to see it. I don't have a lot of room left up here. That's kind of cute. It could be put up on the wall somewhere, but I think I'm just going to leave it. Save it for another time. Okay, here's a little easel. I can make that. That's cute, but I'm not going to have a roof, so I don't want to put that. What else do I have? I have some, oh, I have some little, these are bent, but that's all right. It would be fine to put, I wonder if that would fit on the shelf. As something to pull out. Oh, it will. So I can use that as a drawer on the bottom part. That would work. That would be nice on the table, I think. Or let's do something fun. We have these little buckets. I have the brushes in there. Wouldn't that be cute? Just in the little bucket. Yeah, I think I got pink and I've got purple. I think I'll stick the purple one in there. Okay, let's see what else I have in this in here. I don't really. There's a little bird button. Yeah, I don't think any of this will actually work. Add in a different slot. Okay. little projects that I have done or found or whatever. Okay, I think I've exhausted this one. Now let's see what I can do with this. Let's move this out of the way. I'm going to have to take my sweater off. It's hot in here because of the fireplace. I wish the fireplace was in a different area. You know, the back part of the house is cold, and this part of the house is hot. And if I, you know, and the fireplace, I mean, not the fireplace, but the thermostat is right across from the fireplace, which is totally stupid. So I'm going to put all these in this little container. I have a bunch now, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to glue some of these onto just a little piece of wood, so it looks like they're in a tray, you know, like you would take out of a box. And then a few of them will be scattered on the table, I think. I think that's how I'm going to do that. So now I have to figure out what am I going to do with this little bent drawer. I'm going to call it a drawer. I'm not opposed to the color, but I would like to paint this, so I'll just use probably a paint marker for that. Alright, so if I take these out, take them out. I have another one of these that's not bent, but this one will be good for that. So I could put quite a few things in there. So also I need something for this. So if I put a base and glue this onto the base, this could have a plant in it or something. This could just sit here with some odds and ends in it. I could do that, or I could use it as a magazine rack. That might actually be better. Yeah, look at that. That looks really cute. I think this is how I'm going to do it. I wasn't sure. I was going to glue all these together anyway. If I put these in here like that, then that, you know, just shows that, and I don't want it perfect. But anyway, that just shows, you know, some of the supplies that an artist might have. So I just need something that I can glue all this to and make just a little scene, and then that could just go on top of there instead of being, you know, just a black blob sitting there. These things I don't know what I'll do with now. Maybe I'll just stick them in here for right now. I'm not sure that this in the corner is going to stay that way. I don't know. I haven't made that decision yet. I don't know. So anyway, I have these little books that I've made. They would fit on the shelf. I mean, I made hundreds of these. So let's get some in there. Because, you know, if you do any kind of junk journals or anything like that, this would be something we would want. That one's just a tad big, but don't we have big books? We do. So let me get, I think I'll use all of these. And I'll just glue them together. They'll be fine together. And then I can't put anything on the bottom because they're, you know, it'll be too thick for the... Oh, yes, I can. Yes, I can. Okay. I was going to say it would be too thick for it, but not really. All right, so here we go. We've got those. Let me take these back out. I just had a great idea. So like this one could just go, you know, lay down on the, like that. It doesn't even have to be in there straight. It could just be at an angle. I can glue these together because these I don't think would... Well, maybe. I can just use a piece of paper. I don't have to have anything thick. So let me see what I have. I know I still had some scraps yesterday. Where did I put my scraps? I had paper scraps. Paper scraps. Where did I put the paper scraps? I usually keep that stuff because you never know what you're going to need. I was so tired yesterday. I'm going to be tired again today. I got up at 3. I had like 3 hours and 20 minutes sleep. So that's no fun. All right, what else can I do? I already put the papers back. Don't need much. Hang on. I had put them on the other desk. So I need a scrap of paper. Guess I could use that. This would probably be perfect. So I only need a little bit. Just enough. And I know I had a little strip, but I'm just going to cut this one. This one's fine. Because you're not even going to see it anyway. Put that right there. I'm looking for I have a little bottle of glue. Oh, here it is. Okay. This came with the kit. I might as well use it. It's just school glue. So what I'm going to do is, this one's kind of flared out a little bit, so that one will glue just fine. Put that one on there. Okay, just like that. And then I will start putting these books right next to it. Oh boy, this stuff is watery. Not a fan. Okay. We're expecting a lot of snow today. I really hope we don't get it. That one's a little bit too big, I think. It could be a book to lay down, but not to stand up. So, I guess I'm going to have to make some more of these little books. I had a video on making them, but I don't know what happened to it. Okay. And I don't want them all to be perfectly lined up either. I want them to look like that they were just thrown in there. I'm in a hurry. I'm just putting my book away. Alright, let's take that one off. Take that one off for right now because I'm not sure what I need. Because I do want that big fat book in there. So all I need. Yeah, I just need a couple more books, and I have them here. So, boy, is that watery. Woo-wee! So I'm going to go ahead. Just wanted to make sure it was in the right side. Okay. Now what you can do with these is if they don't hold together the way you want them to, you can always spray a little watered down glue over the top of this, and that will keep them together. But if you want them to ever come apart, then don't do it. Let's see how that looks pretty good actually. So I'm going to make sure it doesn't glue to the table. And since this is really watery, I'm just going to go ahead and put a little bit You won't even notice it when it dries. It'll be clear. But they won't go anywhere now. This one may need to go a little bit in, so I'm going to go ahead and do that now. I'll just leave it loose because I want it to fit right here. And then I want this book to go in at an angle like that. And then when it does that, then I can push it in however I want. Okay, so let's go ahead, even though it's not dry, let's go ahead and put it up there and see what it looks like. Oh, is that ever cute? That's really cute. So, can you see the little books right here? Really cute. Looks good. Alright, I need to take a picture of that. Take this out of there. Yeah, I like how that looks. That looks perfect, actually. And I probably could have gone through there a little more, you know, a little deeper, but this is fine. I think that looks good. That looks real good. Okay. It is a big book, but some art books are very big, very thick. see if I can get that out of there. I want to glue it in. I should have done the cabinet before gluing it in. You know, made it and put it, but I wasn't sure what I was going to do. So if you do this and you know what you're going to put in there, do that before you glue it in. And at the time when I did this, I wasn't even sure that I was going to, where I was going to put anything or if I was going to glue anything in. I really wasn't sure. There we go. I really wasn't sure. So now I can cut this piece off. I really don't want it to look like it's on something. So that's why I'm doing this way. There, that looks pretty good. And it'll dry quick. It's not going to take any time at all to dry. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in there. Okay. So now I can go ahead and stick that back up on the shelf. Get the glue off. And then I'm going to take this and put that in there. Now I have a choice. I can flare it up like that and stick it. Which way do I want it? Yeah, like that. Looks like a chunky book. Maybe it's a chunky journal somebody's working on. So I do like how that looks. I'm going to go ahead and glue it in. And I can further bend the pages as I want them. But I like how that looks. I don't know about these. I stuck them up there just for a visual to see if I would like it. They are kind of big, but that doesn't mean a thing. So I do have some of those. And I'm sure I can come up with some other tubes and things like that that would look, I call these tubes. So it would look like, you know, to me they look like paint cans. I'm not gluing those in yet because I'm not sure what I want to do. This one is more the size I'm looking for, so that's going to go up there. Okay. So that's good. Okay, I have this book here, which is music. I would definitely like to have that in there. Maybe, no, I don't like it there. Nope, nope. Nope, don't like it. Take it out. I like that better at an angle. Okay. So, what else was I looking to do? I also have these little packages that could be stacked. Don't know where I would put them. Maybe out getting ready to go out the door. I have some mail, which is kind of big, but That would be okay too. Alright. I'll stick that in there. We'll see. We shall see. So I do like that. I don't like the yarn in there. The yarn needs to be in a little container. So that is something I have to figure out. What kind of a container do I have that I could put the yarn in? This will not have lighting in it because it's not going to have a bottom or a roof at the current time anyway. I'm leaving this because of the wiring. If I decide to put it in something else, then I can take that out and cover it up. I'm just not sure yet. That's why I haven't done anything. So like that could go down in there. I'll paint this. There's a little kitty right here. This little kitty could definitely go in here. That'd be cute. Okay. I am not... Yeah, if I tear that, it'll... So I'm just going to put that back. Let's see. Well, I think that's going to go in there. I don't think I want that now that it's done. Now this says, when I was young and in my prime, here you may see how I open my time, spent my time. You can't really read it. So this could go in here, but I think it's a little dark, so I'm going to put that in there. When I got up this morning and looked at it, this was still not completely adhered on this hammer, but everything else is good. So now I can hang this up, and I think I'm going to just use hot glue and hope for the best. I could put some antipasto in there and hot glue as well. So I may do that, or I could just use antipasto and just use those. Yeah, I think I'll do that because I know this will not come off if I use that. So this is how I work. Sometimes I need to say it out loud, because when I say it out loud, then I can make better decisions. I know that sounds crazy, but that's how I deal with things. Saying things out loud is, I don't know, it just kind of seals the deal in my opinion. So I have to remember to order some of this. I do love this. I think this is so cute. The little sign with the tools on it. I think that's adorable. So this looks like a really good thing. I can just paint that, put that in the corner. If I don't use this in here, I will make something that will fit and close this off. But I was kind of hoping that I could put some outside lighting if I do the landscape. So the outside lighting would make me happy. So That is why I'm doing that. Okay, so I have 3 more of these, and I could actually use this to make that little, I think it'll fit. Yeah, it'll stick over a little bit, but that's all right. Okay, let me keep this up and burn my fingers while I'm at it. Now let's see if I can get that off of there. That one's on there really hard, and it's broken anyway, so I'm just going to take it off that way. Yep. I didn't realize the paper clip was broken. Okay. Well, it doesn't bother me at all. Alright. Let's just get that off of there. Huh. Well, let's see. This is not a good knife, as you know, but it can shave some of this off. So if you're going to make something from start to finish, it's going to take several hours, and you know, especially if you don't have all the parts. So if you just want to try it, if you just want to try making miniatures, maybe not start out with something like this, just make something in a little box or whatever. You know, like those little jewelry boxes and stuff like that. The cardboard ones. Those are fun to use. Or just a little round or square coaster, and you could build upon that. And then just, you know. But there's so much you can do. Oh wow, I didn't realize it was that dirty. Okay, I need to get my little vacuum out. That actually looks pretty good. I don't have to distress it. Okay. So I could put that there. I could put, what was I going to, oh. I could put this on there. That looks pretty cute. I like that. You could put other little things there. So I'm thinking, yes, that is a good piece to just stick on top of there. That looks really good. So I need to get my phone so I can take some pictures of this. I think you will like it because it's just so simple, and you know, it's it's simple, but yet it takes up the space, and it doesn't really matter what it's sitting on. It's just a piece of wood. And, you know, I have pieces of wood sitting around all over the place. All right, so let's do that. Now, this is kind of, I don't know, it needs to be grunged up a little bit. It isn't necessary, but to me it needs it. Okay, so now I have the little bucket with the brushes. I lost one, there it is. Okay, so the little bucket could go there. I'm kind of liking this at an angle, just, you know, for aesthetics. That would look better back there. This one would look good here, like that. And where's the little cart? I'll take this out. That has to be put together. This little cart could still go right there. So it's at my side here. A little box would be great. I do have this, and I broke it, but that's okay. It's okay. I can, oh, it's just a piece of trim. I can cut that off and put it back on there. I didn't think that would stick that hard. It's just tape. Man, I want to know what kind of tape that was. So I can actually just go ahead and put that back on there. Nobody would be the wiser. Yeah. Alright. I'm not going to take the black off. I'm just going to leave it tight bound. I have my tight bound here. Oh, here's one right here. Got a smaller bottle. Oh, it looks like it's dry, so I'm going to have to put some fresh in there. It's alright, so I'm just going to go ahead and stick a little bit of this. Stick that up there. Yeah. And that will be just fine. And I have a choice. I can either put that there as a little decorative thing. I can sit the boxes of packages going out. And that one's a little too big. Let's make it go like that. Yeah, let's do like that, and then okay, I will figure it out. Maybe I don't need them all. Maybe that's the thing. I don't know. Like that. Oh, that looks good. Alright. I'll just stick that right there and see if I want to live with that. So that's cute. We have that. I still have an empty shelf, and I want something to put in there for yarn. Now, since I took this piece off, I wonder if I could kind of glue that in there. Nah. No, not really. Okay, I will find something. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of, you know, looking around and seeing what I have. I have several of these. I could probably cut one of these off, one of the lids off, and just put the yarn there and stick it in something. Or I could put it in here and they could be glued in. Where'd the rest of them go? Okay, where'd I put them? I took them out. Oh no, I didn't take them all out. That's why I can't find them. Alright, let's move that. Alright. It's just a representation and it's kind of nice. They're just a tad too big. But do I care? I know I want this red one in there for color. I don't think I want that one. Where's the white one? I got two gray ones. I don't need two gray ones. And I'll put the white one in there. Yeah, that looks cute. So I have some big balls of yarn. And this will have to be glued because these pretend casters really don't. They're not level, so that's okay. All right. What else did I have that I wanted to use? I'm gonna put these little ones in here just to get them off my table. I'm gonna take these and put them in here so that they're off my table. So now I need something. Oh, well, I do have something to put them in. I forgot about this. This makes sense. What color do I need? There's white. So I got red, green, and yellow. I need some blue. And it's at your discretion how you want to lay these in here. It doesn't really matter to me. Whatever you want to do. That works. So now I can take one of these brushes and lay it in here. And that could go. Here's a thought. I could just glue that right in there. I could glue that in there and then well, I could cut it off and stick it in, but I don't want to cut it off. So I will do that. The brush will just be laying on top. It can go either way. I could glue it like that. So then that sits on the table. See how much room it takes up though for just takes up a lot of room. So maybe I could stick this one. It won't fit on that for sure. it would fit on this one. But it's just so big. That doesn't mean we don't have big carts. We do. Okay, what else? What else? What else? Okay, let's put this one in the back over here. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. So I could definitely if I do that, I will only put one stool. Oh, now here's a thought. I'll take that. Oh, I wish you could see better. That looks good. And I still have 2 shelves that I can put stuff. And this could go here. Okay, that would go there. And then I could put the little kitty here on the corner. And I'll put something right there. And now I have room for a picture or something that I'm working on. The tubes of paint. That would work. I could also make this little easel and stick it on the table. I had made these little chairs, or started making these little chairs and got frustrated because they're terrible, so I gave them up. But the easel now, I could use that. Maybe it's already put together. Almost. There's that. To be honest with you, I'm not sure exactly what parts go with what parts. Okay, those are for the chairs, so I'm going to leave those together. So I believe that goes with it, maybe? No, I don't think so. So I just need a stick that'll go with it. This does not go with that I can see. I'm not sure. It doesn't fit anywhere, so I'm not thinking that's part of that. Alright, so I just need a little stick of wood to make that work. Or I could actually hang it on the wall and call it, you know, just make it look like I have it hanging there. And there's a frame. I could put something in a frame. I'll have to think about that. That would look nice, though, if I had a little. So that's what I'm going to have to work on, is that. I'm already at an hour and I haven't done anything. Okay. Well, I don't think you need to see me put a stick on the back of this, do you? Is that important? Let's see what I got here. Okay. Okay, I just have to find a piece of wood for that. Okay, it took me a while to make this, and all I have to do is, it's so delicate, I'm just kind of leery. I don't know. That one's not going to do it. I don't want to get it wet because it's not really dry enough. That's not a good color. It's not dark enough. Okay, it's not the same color, but it'll be fine because you won't really see it. It's going to sit on the table. What I did is I took one of my gel plate, whatever you want to call, pulls, and just cut a piece to fit this little piece of wood. And I'm going to leave it as is because I thought at some point I could put something on there, a sticker or something, if I find something that I want. And then on the table I just have some paper scraps. And so I'll put it, well, I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to put it, probably facing outside, like that. And let's see, I have a dark brown frame, and it's a little too dark, you can't really see it, and I was just thinking about putting something over it just to lighten it up a little bit. No, kitty. No, you can't do it. No, this is not for you. No. I know you like my stuff, but you've been getting into things all morning. There's nothing here for you. Come on, baby. Oh, you're such a sweet girl. I love you. Do you love me? I love you. Oh. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that right now. I want to get some of this done so I can get a lot of this off my table. The little tool plaque is glued on. It's ready to go. So all I'm going to do with these are just paper straws. They're worthless. So I am just going to color a strip. Just like that. That's all I'm going to do to it. That'll sit in front and on one of the shelves. And just whatever I've got here, that's what I'm going to do. And then I will do the same thing with these. I will put them, as I did with the books, I will put them on a little piece of card or something, piece of wood, whatever. It's probably card because it'll be a lot thinner. You know, just cardstock. There's some blue. And there's purple. Okay. Yeah, I should have used the other. Okay, here's some orange. I'm not sure how many of these will fit on a shelf. I stuck them on there a little bit, but I could actually put lids on them, but I don't think I will. I think they're fine. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Because basically all you have to do is just glue a piece of paper on it and make it look like a label. But I think I'm just going to put a black lid on the top. Well, that looks terrible. Okay. I should do a black one. And I have 2 greens, I have 2 different reds, 2 purples, maybe I'll do a gray, because I won't have a white one, that's for sure, because they're white. I don't have a pink one, but I think I'll just do a white one. Okay. Then I gotta put them all back. All right, do I have any others? I don't think so. I think this is good. So now I need a piece of paper. This one's crooked. I think I can, yeah, it's crooked. I'll just put some glue on it. Right, take my, oh, I forgot one thing. I gotta put black. Well, I think I have an idea. Okay, hang on a second. There we go. I think this will work. Because I don't, that was dumb. Oh, I didn't get any on me. Okay, so that looks good. Stick that in there. Well, I hope I got, yeah, I did, okay. Make sure I got it on all sides. Get that off of there. Oop. Okay. For a second there, I thought maybe I did not have the camera going, and I was so into it that I didn't even think about it until after I was already done. All right, so I could cut this piece off and pretend it's a tray. Then that would look nice, wouldn't it? Let's try it. Yeah, just make it look like it's a tray. It definitely won't fit. So that'll cut off there. The edges. Okay. Okay, let's try it now. What did I do with the tweezers? There we go. Okay, let's see how we can. again, they do not have to be perfectly aligned because I'm in the process of using them. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. Okay. A bit more on there. Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work, but see? And it's okay if they're different heights because I have different heights paint anyway, so. And you can't see them all, and it's okay. I just wanted it to be full. Okay, let's see how that looks. Got one more. Okay, looks pretty good. I wish I had something I could put on there for, you know, to cover it, but I don't. And I really am not going to worry about it. I believe this will go in there just fine. Yeah, okay, here we go. Oh yeah, that's cute. It looks really cute. So there you go, see? It looks really cute in there. Oh, that was fun. I'll have to glue those together. And then I gotta figure out what to do with these little boxes. Okay, so I am sold on this being well, it's actually what it was made for, except I took the top off. So do I want that in the back or do I want it in the front? I want it this way. Okay. So I am going to put that in here. Just like that. And then I'm going to put these. I'm just going to drop them in. I'm not going to worry about color or I don't want them all straight. I want them to look like I've been using them. Okay, that should work. Oh, here's another one. Okay, well, do I want that on the table? Maybe. That looks pretty good. I think I'll do it that way. So now this is complete. And I was seriously thinking about putting it right there. So I need something behind this to kind of hold it up in the air. Oh, that looks good. That looks good. It's just a little frame and it's fitting in there just fine. But I think I need something else in there. This is just not enough. Oh, I got this little piece right here. Maybe that would fit down in there. Not up that high. That looks pretty good. I like that. So I am going to give it a little bit more glue because, you know, it's kind of tiny here. And then course. All right, that looks good. Maybe I could stuff something else in there. Who is? Okay, hang on a minute. It's a bit fiddly, but what I'm doing is I'm gluing the frame. I want it at an angle behind it. It's going to sit like that. And I need something more to, I had it the other way and I didn't like it. So I need something more to allow this to glue properly. So I'm going to put some more there. And hopefully that will give me a little bit more glue power. I'll stick that piece under there. Since it's going to be glued, it doesn't matter. You won't really notice it. Okay. But I want this piece at a little bit of an angle, like I just stuffed it down in there. I guess it'll have to go like that. And then I still need something in there to give it a little bit of a brace. And now I had a tiny piece of wood. I had a teeny little piece of wood. Oh, I also have this teeny weeny piece. Maybe that would work. Doesn't need to be much. Just something to brace it. Oh, that might work. Let's take that piece out. Yeah, let's see, maybe that piece. Because it needs a little bit thicker piece of wood, and I'm not going to use these pieces for anything, so. Yeah. Okay. Yep, that looks very good. And we could pretend that that is like a big chunky brush that's stuck in there. Could do that. Perfect. Okay, I like that. Looks like a piece of chalk. Maybe some white chalk. I'm liking that. I think that looks pretty good. I haven't glued these two pieces in yet, but I probably will. We'll see. The other piece is definitely sitting in glue. And I just wanted that just a little bit crooked. So now I can put that on there. That looks really cute. Okay, so now I have, put this somewhere where this kitty won't get into it. I have one more shelf that I need to do something with. These need some glue. I'm just going to put them in there as is. I'm not going to, I don't know what I did with that paper that had the glue on it. Oh, here it is. Duh. All right. So that is just going to go on the shelf. Okay. It's very fiddly. Let's see if I can do it that way. All right. This is just a little too close to that. It doesn't really float my boat. So even though these are big, I am going to put at least the one in. I'm going to use Tighten Bond on this one. Okay. Put that one there. Okay, and then I think I'll take one of these paint tubes and I'm going to stick that up there. It doesn't thrill me, but I don't really have any other option. That looks okay. I don't know about that. I think I like this better as a brush holder. Put that right there. I don't want these glued in just yet. I gotta make sure that's what I want. I could make that anything. I could put just some flowers in there or something, just if I decide I don't want to do it that way. So now I have the bottom shelf that needs some things. So I'm thinking, oops. I'm thinking about maybe just rolling some paper. Maybe. Little tiny. I don't like it, it's not a big deal. Cut that off and see if I like it there. We can make a couple. I could cut it in half. Put those in there. Put one on top. And it just looks like the wallpaper, you know, extra wallpaper. And that's fine. So I'll just I'll do it the other way because, you know, I mean, because we don't throw anything away either. We keep everything and use it. We get every bit out of it if we can. Till you downsize, and then you got all this stuff. Alright, let's see how that looks. I kind of like it already. Yeah, I think I like that. So I just need a little bit of glue. And we could fill it up with all different kinds of rolls if we wanted to. I think these will be plenty though. And probably what I'll do is just cut some random pieces of paper and stick them in there. Right there. That looks pretty good. Okay. So now the whole thing about this is the little packages, and this one got glued in by mistake, so I guess I'm going to go for it. Okay, so I need one to be at an angle, and I'm just going to do that. It's upside down, but I don't care. And that one can go right there in front of it. And I got one more that it's a little different color, so I'm just going to do that. There, that looks kind of cute, actually. So there we go. We've got the packages ready to go. I'm wondering, though, if I should actually glue that on or maybe just use some alien tape. That might be better. Might as well use this one. Stick that in there. Yeah, that looks cute. So maybe now I could put this one in, this bead in, even though it's the same color, it won't be as bad maybe. It won't fit. The bottom shelf is not the same size as the top shelf. Okay. What other kind of little juicy thing do I have? I have all those little pots I threw up on the top. I'll get one of them down. Haven't decided on that. Oh, that looks cute. Okay, so let's go ahead and take these out now. And did I glue them? I don't remember gluing them. Okay. They're glued in now. Oh, man. Okay. Stick that one right there. And it looks just fine. I am not going to, since I have all these, I'm not going to raise it up and lean it over just yet. Because I want to make sure they don't fall off. Got a lot of little stuff in here right now. Okay, that looks pretty good. That looks good. So now I need to glue this one in. I have not decided yet if what color. I should probably decide that right now. This is just a light brown marker. I can just go ahead and do that. It's an acrylic paint marker, so, you know, it'll be perfect. We'll seal it, and it'll be fine. This is going to be one long video. I'm going to try to speed it up. And go from there. Get that off there. This is working out pretty nice. I like the color on it. Yep, that'll work. Alright, so now we need that in there. Wow, that really... Well, it's not that. I'm going to put this together anyway. Okay. So now I need to... I'm only going to do this. So this looks like red and green. Let's do the green. No, that's not a dark enough green. Let's try this one. Just a hint. I hope you can see what I'm doing. Not bad. Not the best. guess that's okay. I think it would look better painted. Well, I might at some point just put some rub and buff on there. I don't want to do it right now. I've already done this. Alright, what is that? Okay, I'll just stick that right there. Okay, so what I'm going to have to do is, I think that's going to, no, I will have to use the glue gun. That will not stay. This one will, but this one won't. Because it's bowed, and this one is bowed, but they're not bowed in the same direction. Of course. Alright, so let's... Okay. So we got them on there. Now I can squish them together. And then do this one. Like that. And then I'll throw this little book in there. And that keeps it all together. I hope this is... Well, it doesn't matter, but this is super cute. So then I would just put this on top of whatever is here, and it's ready to go. This one should be, yeah, it's in good shape. So I'm thinking just a piece of that tape, because that's a lot of glue to stick in there, and hot glue and metal just don't seem to be very good. A piece of this, and stick that in there. I want to get that thing peeled up. I want to get that started. Now see, for, you know, I wanted to use this, then I changed my mind, then I changed my mind again. But, you know, that's pretty much the process. So I think I want, where do I want to put that? Okay. Oh, no, that doesn't fit. I thought that would fit in there. And 2 is going to be way too much. Alright. Try a little piece and see. Take the 2 pieces, put them together, because once you put them together, you're not getting them apart. Take this one out. I just want to see if it's enough. That will be okay. I can do that. I'm going to throw that piece away because it really doesn't do what I want. And now it's all dirty because my hands are covered in glue. I don't know what that was. I don't know what that one is. Probably one of those little metal paint things, but I'll never find it in a container full of magnets. Okay, well, it's not going to go anywhere. So I'm thinking that's going to be great. See, it does pass these up, so that's okay. Or I can put it on this side, but you can't see it as well over there. So I'll put it over here. This will not be glued in. There we go, that can go there. Now, that's not going to be glued in. This will probably be glued in. There's the brush. Okay, so don't know. Okay, let's see. We're winding down here. We are getting to the end. Okay, so now I can put that in there. So now I have to make some more decisions. You can't really see the coffee cup, but it's okay. I'm just going to leave it. The cat, I don't really like the spots on it, but it's okay. I'd rather have a black cat, but I don't feel like painting it. So I think the kitty's going to sit here on the end. Well, kitties like things to sit in, like paper, and she can sit on top of the paper maybe. Okay, so then this is the easel that I made. It looks okay. I got 2 brushes. I don't think 3. No, 3 will not fit. So I can put one of these in there. This can go here. I still have this if I want to use it. So it could just sit right there with some more things on it. Parts. That can go there. We'll put a couple here. This will go over here. And there's still room to add some things. I can put little things there. These are just going to sit up here until I decide what to do with them. I think all in all it looks really cute. Maybe like that. Okay, well, I think that's going to be it. There'll be some tweaking, but it pretty much is done. You know, there'll be a little bit more tweaking to do. I found this piece here, it's damaged, but I kind of thought maybe I could use it. If I can find a way to put, this is clear, put it together. Yeah, it won't fit on that for sure, but we'll see. There's another one here. It sort of fits. Yeah, I'm not really a fan, but I was going to give it that option because I can cut a piece off for sure. I don't know. I kind of like it without the roof. So that's it. So I'll take a few pictures of it, and it'll probably take me a couple of days to edit this for sure because there's probably 4 hours worth of video on it. Okay, that's it. Thanks for watching. Yeah, I don't think I can turn it upside down.